Alright, so episode 2, The Adventures of the Unbreakable Speckled Band, Investigation Part 3, Miss Paulavua's Cabin. Da, da, da. It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka. She is so naughty. Topic 2. A beloved kitten. Solved. Topic 2. How Mr. Agrozi died. Death by a venomous snake bite. Moving on. We've come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life? And why? Ellipsis. According to the data which I have appraised, it would appear that there were no signs of injury. Ah. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. What Mr. Shlomo says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazama-sama's body. How would he die from a venomous bite if there's no wounds? That's right. But Mr. Shlomo seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazama-sama wasn't poisoned. Yeah, he didn't. Oh, yeah, that's right. He didn't get the autopsy report. Yeah, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. Yeah, he didn't get the post-mortem report. Yo, A-Cut, what's going on? How you doing, sir?
Yes!
Yes! In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew it was one or the other. Ellipsis, or exclamation point. His neck was... Indeed. The breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only the Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Steven Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes. An examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazama died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazama and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose it's possible that he had fallen and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Ah, yes. A bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe Kazama-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? Oh, are we going to have to pick it? Ah, yes. An examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death. Mark on the floor. A piece of small glass object that looks like a scruff mark made by Kazama's shoes were found by the victim's body. Kazama's diary. The ship's log. An examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Which one is this? It's not the newspapers. It's not the piece of paper that was covering the wardrobe door. It's not his journal. That doesn't. Mark on the floor?
Yes.
The mark on the floor. Nice, I got it right. Yes. An examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed. Positively identified by a little analyst device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Miss Aragrassi's lace leather shoes. An exclamation point. Looking at this mark, it is not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Aragrassi must have caught his foot at one point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. Why is she acting so weird? And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in an instant, he lost his life. No! Ellipsis. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. She's lying so bad. Is that really true, Miss Paravola? Explanation point. What about the evidence left at the scene of the crime where Mr. Aragrassi lost his life? Is he talking about the bell? The bell left behind? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in the traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazama-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. But, and if this part of Mr. Shlom's deduction is right, Miss Paravola is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Oh, is it the statue? The statue. The Mr. Poseidon statue. If you fell down on that, oh yeah, you would break your neck. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. Right. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. No, it's not the statue. Let's see. It's not the tiara. The waste paper basket. No, that's empty. That was empty. It's either I can't tell if it's the waste paper basket or if it's the tiara. I'm not really sure. Can we move it over here? Maybe? The waste paper basket. All right, I guess let's pick the waste paper basket. Or no. Let's do the tiara.
Yes.
The tiara. Oh no, I was wrong. No. Tried to hide the evidence in plain sight, didn't you, in this tiara? Oh, don't give me that wide-eyed, incredulous stare. Incredulous stare. I know the truth. That 20,000 rubles is enough to make anyone lose their head. What spectacular contrived logic led you to this mindless conclusion? Oh, well, it's supposed to be a logic and reasoning spectacular, so I thought I'd contribute to the show. This is my show, Mr. Naruhodo. Kindly perform any peculiar experiments on your own stage. Sorry. No, I was wrong. Shit. Damn it. I still can't bring myself to believe it. It just seems so unlike Kazama-sama to stumble carelessly and then fall to his death. I know, it's hard to believe. But the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. But I have a feeling there's something here in this cabin that links Miss Paravola to that mark. And I suspect we'll find it in the direction that she guiltily cast her eyes before. This is where Miss Paravola hid her friend. That's right. And it wasn't a snake after all. No. It was a little kitten she called Darka. Not that it's anywhere to have been seen now. It seems to have let itself out of the case and gone exploring. I expect it's wrapped itself around someone's head somewhere, trying to make a new friend. Either that, or it's scratching their hand to pieces. The point is, where has it got to? It can't let itself out of a box. I'm sorry, someone had to take it out of the box. This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. But Miss Paravola only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably, there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, no, there it is. Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. This is the half of the broken glass we found in our cabin. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you.
Yes.
Find the kitty? I don't know where the cat went. Someone had to let the cat out of the box. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Ah. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Agrassi's cabin. And as you can see, the two fit perfectly together. Oh no. So, Miss Parabola, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in a waste paper basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? Oh, is this the glass bell that was around maybe her cat's collar? I don't know. In that hush Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to that bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Parabola and the little glass bell. It would be the photo, isn't it? It's the photo. Yep. Right there. Oh, no.
Yes!
Ouch. If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see. Hanging from Darka's collar. The very glass bell in question. Ouch. So that means that means something happened while she was talking to Kazama, and the cat was there too. The cat was there as well. And then she put the alarm on, which then locked his door. And she went back to her room. That's what happened. Or must have happened. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Parabola. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Oh no, did he fall on the bell? Is that what happened? Your absent feline friend, Darka. Did she hide it though? Ace Attorney came out on PC? Yeah, it did, yeah. When it came out, I think everywhere. Ellipsis. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Topic 2 done. Wait, are we like not going to go to court for this? Deduction complete. Elementary. No. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Parabola? Tell us exactly what happened last night. Ellipsis. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired that rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it. Yes. And I had read the rules on the wall, and I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Yes. Modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened and trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. He was writing, so there probably wasn't. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it was safe to try to lure the kitten back again. By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator into the adjoining cabin. Darka always loved this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Kazama wrote about in his diary was Miss Paravola trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... Whoa, thud. Whoa, what the... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Oh, no! Oh, no! He must have stepped on the cat by accident. Is that what happened? Oh, no. Hey, what's going on, Stereo? How are you? Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazama was. Ellipsis. From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Bura is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Argrassi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the cat got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. Ellipsis. But what became of the kitten afterwards? Ellipsis. In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case. Oh, I guess not. I guess she did get out on her own. Okay. And now she disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least. When I woke this morning, I heard that young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Ellipsis. Oh, hold on a moment. Or a minute. What about the snake? You're right. Where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Paravola, then whose is it? And where did it come from? What on earth? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Perzuko. What? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from the cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yeah, he's like trying to snap your neck. Yeah, how did that snake get in this cabin? But the animals are not permitted on board. Ah, we are at sea for 1 year. You want me to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands? What is this? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake, surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Para does not have venom. He is harmless, very long but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. He's adorable like a grandma, chat. This little snake here. Adorable like your grandma. It's venomous? Venomless? Yes. Now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see Big Smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Like they say they milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Hero Sicko eats mouses. Big fat round mouses. Oh, so is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. What else? How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like looking in their eyes right now. Ellipsis. It refuses to drink milk. I can't hear a whistle. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord. And it's not venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It is not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Perico is nothing to do with this incident. Ellipsis. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. Ellipsis. 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 Miss Paravola? Explanation point. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Maikotoba? What lies? Miss Paravola just confessed everything. Wait, is she lying? Really? It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident. Ellipsis. I'm no great detective like Mr. Shaloms. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Ooh, she's calling her a liar. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Ellipsis. To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Paravola's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. How did she get the bell? Is that the discrepancy? How did she get the bell? No one was allowed in the crime scene except for the me, Miss Kotaba, and the seaman. Those are all the people who are allowed in the crime scene. They didn't talk about the alarm closing the door yet, but that had to be what happened. But how would she get the bell if the other half of the bell? Well, no, never mind. If the cat came back through the ventilator, then the cat would have the other half of the bell. And maybe she threw that away. And that would mean both of the bells are on both sides. I confess. I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh? I'm only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. What? A distraction? I do hope you're not, I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Not again. When did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were Mr. Slomes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Well, yes. Kazama was my closest friend. I owe him my freedom, even. Ellipsis. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. Why is he being all serious all of a sudden? He's like super serious. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Paravola's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The discrepancy. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. All right. I'll see what I can do. Yeah, excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. Ellipsis. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What shall we ponder first? Is the victim who lost his life in the cabin that was bolted shut from the inside? Was that truly an unfortunate accident? Oh yeah, they didn't even talk about. Yeah, I totally forgot we didn't even talk about him writing his final words in Russian, which he wouldn't do, right? He's Japanese. He wouldn't do that. So obviously the person who did this is Russian or knows the Russian language, which Kazama nor myself knew in this matter. So yeah, that means someone was inside the cabin. Like physically inside. And then they had to get out and then bolt the door, which means they called the alarm. That part is solved. We already know how they shut the door. But if they wrote wardrobe in Russian, that also means that they knew that Ryu was in the wardrobe because they're trying to blame they were trying to cast the blame on him. So they knew that he was here too. How did they find out that he was here? Who knows? But that has to be what it is. And the only way that they would find out is either if Ryu has never met the person, the only way that they would find out is that Kazama told them. Right? That's the only logical conclusion. Unless it's just like, oh, I saw you by chance. Some, like, you know, one day coming out of the wardrobe when the door was cracked by 2 centimeters. I saw you, or some BS like that. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? Hey Aka, I think I'm going to get some sleep. I have a dentist appointment later and I'm very tired. I hope you have a good stream and have fun with the investigation. All right, Kitty A, you have a good rest of your day. Thanks for dropping by and being here. And being here. Have a good dentist appointment tomorrow. I hope everything goes well. Was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? Osanaga. The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes. But still an accident.
Hold it!
Wait. Let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? Yeah, I was going to say, like, that doesn't really make any sense when they said he stepped on it. Because cats make noise. And him falling out of the ventilator, if it was so quiet in the room because he was writing in his book, he would have heard the cat come out of the ventilator. And then not only that, the cat has a bell. He would hear the sound of the bell on the cat's collar. There's no way he would not hear it. So there's no way he would have stepped on it by accident. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clue. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Paravola's story here. The evidence is right here, is right there in Kazama's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Explanation point. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruoda. Time to present the evidence. Whoa, wait, hey, my health came back. Okay. The evidence is the bell. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. It is either the bell or him writing in Russian. Right? Right, chat? That's what I think. It has to be. A Russian word for wardrobe in purple ink. It would appear the victim had written in their final...
Yes!
It's the bell. Because there's no way he would not hear a cat with a bell on their collar. There's no way. Even if the cat was trying to hide, he would hear that bell. Anyone would, especially in a quiet room. This broken glass next to the mark on the floor. We'll see. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It wasn't broken in half when the victim tripped over. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. We already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened. And how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Ah. Yes. Remember, we found... Well, you know what? So I was thinking under the circumstances that the bell broke in two. The bell broke in two, and that the bell remained on the collar. But the way the bell is broken, it seems like if it broke, the whole thing would have fallen off. So not only is it a hard chance that he would step on the cat and break the bell, but if the bell did indeed break the way, say, that did happen, the whole thing would be broken. So how is one piece of the bell here in this room? Someone had to go get it. But how did they get it if the door was locked? Because the door was not locked. Yes, remember what we found? The other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain, Miss Paravola? Oh no. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Agrassi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there, if what Miss Parvola told us was true. That's the writing on the ground. What? It's the writing on the ground. It has to be. Because how did it get there? Right? What? So, Susato-san has noticed it too then. Putting the piece of glass aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves that this was no accident. In other words,
Yes!
the truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Agrassi could have left this message on the floor. Because if your neck is broken, there's no way you can write. And one, he's Japanese. He doesn't understand Russian. The script. It's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native tongue, Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. Russian, a simple language? That's not what I've heard. If that ain't the biggest pile of BS I've ever heard. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. His neck was broken, so he couldn't write it anyway. Sorry? What do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There's no way that Mr. Agrassi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to this, the cervical vertebrae results in instant death. Ah. So if he had damage to the vertebrae, he was already dead. Which means after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't have possibly written anything because he was already dead. Ellipsis. Both of these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That Mr. Foxhound Cut was the killer. That Mr. Agrassi died last night in his cabin. And there was someone else in the room. Exclamation point. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth in order to cover up their own guilt. Yes. There was someone else present in Mr. Agrassi's.
Hold it!
Hold it! You are wasting time. Someone else was there? Yeah, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There's no way in or out. Oh, yes. The alarm. And the only person in the cabin then, the cabin was a young student. When the young student died, was you.
Yes!
Yes! It's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise. Because the seal on the door was still shut. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, this person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor because the person guilty here is obviously Mr. Foxhound Cut and not Akamatzu. An attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Agrassi really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The small lump suspended from the ceiling would barely have lit any light on the floor there. Ah, yeah. So you see, I am actually correct. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Hold it. Seaman Stroganoff? Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join the ballet company. But before, she was a dancer on this ship, a member of the ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angels of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You saw that you say that when the young student died, Nina was there in his cabin? But that's not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective. You should know. Look, truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina. Not anyone. So you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Night. Impossible. He's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie threads around door latches so that they can open and close them from outside. Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap in sight. No thread or needle or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested earlier, so. Susato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? That's so fucked up. She just sat there and blamed him for no reason so that she wouldn't be blamed for anything. That's so fucked up. So, Steven Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Yes, it could have. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. Exclamation point. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind, having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Slomes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside. Oh, nothing highlights.
Yes!
This is it. This shows how it was done. It certainly shows how something was done, I concur. In fact, it's an excellent way to show how easy it is to jump to the wrong conclusion. Oh. But a truly demised way to show how the bolt could have made the slide shut from outside the cabin. Did you really need to say truly dismal? Surely it can't really be possible to make the bolt slide shut without touching it at all. I'm sure that it is. Something in the back of my mind tells me so. Do you really know what Mr. Sloan means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so should you, because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have, so could you do the honors? Let's see. If it's not the alarm, then what is it? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside. Break. Oh, is it? Ship's log. No. I can't. Okay, so I can't present anything in my inventory. Well, we know it's the alarm. If the alarm goes off, the doors bolt shut. We've seen it, but where is the alarm in the room? If that's not it, then I don't know what to get. Let's see. Well, I picked the rules. That was in it. We picked the books. That wouldn't make sense. The wardrobe wouldn't make sense. The door wouldn't make sense. Nothing over here would make sense. This wouldn't make sense? No. That would not make sense.
Yes!
This is it. This shows how it was done. Certainly does. To the wrong conclusion. Okay. Ouch. Not good. Not good. That's not it either. Crap. We've seen it happen. We have seen it happen. But what I'm thinking and what they're thinking are two different things. Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door across from the outside. Are we able to, No, we're not. Alright, well. You saw nothing, chat. You saw nothing. Save scum, you saw nothing.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. You see how the books and things on it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown in reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, that is what's known as a force of inertia. Acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know, or that isn't in her book at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in the cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. Oh. Oh, but it was still brought on by the alarm though. Because when they do the alarm, they stop the boat. Ah. It was very obvious after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then, hello, is anyone in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like Inspector Hosonaga. Oh yes. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of Initia? Initia? If you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night after Mr. Agrassi was killed, I mean, it could happen that the SS Bura made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then when we came into the cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Agrassi's cabin. Man, I didn't really put two and two together like that though. That's pretty smart. Jeez. That is pretty smart right there. Dang. Dun, 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 dun. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Agrassi's cabin. Oh my. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Paravola? Ellipsis. Are you out of your mind? You say the Bura made an emergency stop? I mean, he would know of it because of everyone else. He would know. It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh. It is simple enough. Hmm? Are you forgetting the button in the passenger's way outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Yeah, see, chat, see? The emergency alarm was used. Oh, yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you only to press the button in times of emergency. Yep. Yeah, there was. On dark nights, when the fog is dense, the captain can't afford to rely on eyes of his lookout alone. Hence, the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to anyone to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Ellipsis. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in an interest of safety. The the alarm bell, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. And indeed, it did a little earlier today. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Mr. Shlomes. Surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed. Whatever the occasion. This guy. This guy is literally impossible. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with the ship? I report you to the captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. This guy. It's just the king of mischief right here. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolt on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider, yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Agrassi, did this ship make an emergency stop or did it not? You are idiots. The Bura is a huge ship with many passengers. If it makes an emergency stop even in the middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Ellipsis. Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support the idea. It's the ship's log. It's the ship's log because he didn't write in it every 30 minutes like he normally did, so something had to be going down. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? The fact that the book was empty.
Yes.
Seaman Stroganoff. It's your duty to patrol the first class area of the ship. Isn't that right? Yeah, that is correct. Why? And the ship's log here. This would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine. Ah, you're rather carelessly left it atop this little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with the mind of returning it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That is where I always put it. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until the first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log? That is... duh. Because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you wouldn't normally write "nothing to report," wouldn't you? Good. Indeed so. Which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Bura. Something significantly significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubberish. Well, I mean, maybe that explains why everybody's head hurts, too. If I'm perfectly honest, I find it a little hard to believe myself. Why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. This ship lurched so violently, the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. But what about everybody's head? What about everyone who had like something going on with their head? And we've had like 4 examples of it, which I thought someone drugged the food. Well, no, that's a good point. Ellipsis. What of the throbbing? Yeah, see? Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it. Ah. Oh, yes. I have had a headache. You're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling very heavy since dawn. Yes. You've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I expected. He's right. My head's been throbbing today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened. Oh, shit. You know what happened? You remember? You remember what happened? She fled the ballerina yesterday. Yeah, she fled the ballerina stuff yesterday, but they didn't make a stop, so how did she get on the ship? Because they did. They went to go get her in the middle of the night. But they had to do it in a way that nobody would notice. So either somebody drugged the food or something. Although the big thing is, how did they get a recent newspaper Literally of the next day on the ship. That's the most. That is the most like what? I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all of that was happening to me? Because he was knocked out with something. Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodations doesn't really include meals. What did you survive on? Well, Kazama looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roasted chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it. Yes, in fact. I had all of it. Kazama wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all. That's right. He didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Shlomes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No. Really? Is that the... Dude, I guessed that literally in the first investigation part, like, so long ago. That they were drugging... That they drugged the chicken. Hell yeah, I was right. Nice. The meal prepared for passengers last night had been tampered with. Hampered with the addition... Hampered with the addition of a sporific designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consume it. A sleeping drug. Do you mean whoever did that laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course. That's not what Mr. Shlomes means. That's a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of the passengers on board with a sporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Shlomes! Well, seaman. Ugh. I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. Ellipsis. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Please, no more. I will tell you everything. Eh! I can't make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw everything away, her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and biting at one point. And bitter at one point. We could not make all drug. How do you say dissolve? Ugh. Talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight, in the waters near Shanghai, we brought out our angel on board. She was helped by comrades on shore with a small fishing boat, while all the passengers of the SS Bura slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumbering-induced potion their evening meals had contained. So if that's what happened, then the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew. People who dislike chicken and the nearly aborted passenger, Miss Paravola. Ellipsis. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazama's cabin's door. Ellipsis. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have been eating their meals of chicken in their cabins, after which they would have been overwhelmed by the tiredness of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers would have already been in their cabins for the night. Yes. The overwhelming majority of passengers would have happily sleep with cabin doors bolted anyway. And so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of every single door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. Ellipsis. You have talked long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said early. There was someone else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor, an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried to desperately hide the broken fragment of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedures in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But I don't know. I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl. Oh, okay. She's gonna pull "I'm a girl" card. Really? Is that what she's gonna do? Okay, girl. Your gender does not. Murder does not care about your gender. Okay. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am a sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhoda. Oh, yes? Do you hear it? That, a customary cry of guilt on the wind? Hey, Roy, what's going on? What a customary cry of guilt. Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of the involvement, man. But you can't hear such of a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the base of all deduction. What are you talking about? For once, I don't blame him. What the hell is he going on about? None of this even makes sense. That whole last section was like, what? What are you even getting at, man? Hey, what's Senator the Juvenile Gula? Yep, that's true, Roy. I believe the time has come. For one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Ah, shit. So, Mr. Narunodo, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Shlomes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said. Of these two pervector, wait a minute, prevar sectors? Prevar sectors? Prevaricators? No, prevocators. Sorry. Observation? If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Ograssi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. All right. I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazama died. What suggests that someone else was there at the scene? Are we able to move? The sailor's hat. Chunky arms. Left ear. He has his arms like tree trunks, doesn't he? Hairy tree trunks. Yes, he certainly has sailor arms. He's a born man of the sea. Even if I had been awake, I couldn't have done anything about being dragged out of that wardrobe by this man. Naruhodo-san? Are you alright? You seem to be lost in thought. Oh, sorry. Blame those hairy tree trunks. Are we able to go down? No. Oh. We're able to rotate. Ah. It's Is it her ear? She has a different necklace on. Oh, there it is. Ink stain. Oh, shit. Well, damn. Found him. There it is.
Yes!
Ink stain. He was there. Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Yes, I don't know where that dirt comes from. So, nothing in particular comes to mind about about the stain. What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of the Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. And I think what made it clear, and I think what well, fuck, indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. All right, then. The evidence that proves that the stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is the ink on the floor.
Yes!
The crime scene photo. Yes, it's this photograph. The ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink. A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Ugh. Ah, the penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of the exact same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't have possibly have been. It couldn't have possibly have stained your uniform in that way, which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moment, in the moments immediately after the ink was spilled. Dun dun dun. Ellipsis. All right. Yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in dead student's cabin to make look like wardrobe man did it. I pressed the button to make the Bura do emergency stop and bolted the cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Beef, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after one morning. I was on duty patrolling the passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet. She was white like shit. Beef, please, you must help me. I went with her. The door cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student body on floor. Student boy on floor. What happened here? Ellipsis. Please, don't tell anyone. My little one. My little furry friend. Everything had happened in the cabin is like the angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. O'Grassi's cabin. When he tripped over and broke his neck. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck. When he fell to the floor, Yes, that is right. So after the incident, when the cat ran away, Mr. Provola then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find the occupants lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel. Hey, Brown Eyes. Happy Thursday. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Ellipsis. The door was not locked, so she opened to look. And you already know what happened after. Ellipsis. There's just one thing. If you wouldn't mind. What? When you went into Mr. Agrassi's cabin, Miss Pervola, was he already dead? Why? I already told you. When Nina opened door student's cabin, I was asking Miss Pervola. Damn, she told him. Damn. He's like, I'm not talking to you, dude. Shut up. Explanation point. Well, Miss Pervola, some Russian I can't read. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark. He was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. Ellipsis. I understand, and I believe you. So is that finally it now? All right, I gotta get some water, Chad. Oh my gosh. Whew. Yeah, there's a lot of dialogue in this game. My God. Not that it's bad. It's just a lot of narrating. Okay. So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazama's death at last? Ah, something nearly slipped my mind. Oh? Mr. Slomes? This photograph. Yes, I took this myself now. Oh, is he going to talk about why it said wardrobe? The cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. So who wrote this? And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten of which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photo that seems to me somewhat unnatural. What do you mean unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Huh? Oh well. If Kazama tripped and fell by some terrible stroke of bad luck and broke his neck, which part of this photo print seems unnatural? His hand.
Yes!
This word is clear. This word clearly wasn't written by Kazama. So if you're looking for something unnatural, that's the obvious point. Very true. It is certainly peculiar, but it's not what I meant by unnatural, I'm afraid. That particularity crass detail was orchestrated by the culprit. I mean to identify another point. Oh, I see. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. In my opinion, if you landed as the victim appears to have done here, it would be most unnatural. I'm sure you'll reach the same conclusion. How thoughtful for you are, Mr. Slomes. Thank you for your gentle guidance. If Kazama tripped and fell by some sort of stroke of bad luck and broke his neck, which part of this photographic print seems unnatural? Where his head? If it's not his arm, his face? But I'm not really seeing the foresight in this. Like, like where he's getting at, so yeah, his face? That's my best guess. Face?
Yes!
It must be here, surely. No, that's not it. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice regarding the pursuit of detection, my dear fellow. When noting a critical point, it can be helpful to keep your eyes open. They were open. And it can be equally useful to use them. Ellipsis. Sorry. I'll try that. He just roasted you? He did really bad, yes. I think it's plain what Mr. Shalom means by unnatural, isn't it? The word written in foreign language underneath his fingertips, surely. That particularity cross orchestrated. Oh, no. Okay, so they're going through the other one. Okay. No, it's not the message. We picked that the first time. What would land? Would you land as the victim has? What of your hands? They would be open? You look like a sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularities. This should be an easy task. What do? You try to catch yourself. If Kazama tripped and fell by some stroke of bad luck, what part of his photo seems unnatural? That he would try to catch himself? His eyes are closed, which are also something weird. Because, I mean, if you die instantly, your eyes would probably be open, wouldn't they? The ribbons? No, the ribbon's tied to his headband. So that makes sense, I guess.
Yes!
All right. If he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then his fist doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. That's true. Yet here the victim is with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what prey do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Slomes, show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? Like you're doing now? Yes. This is what I found. Ah, her other earring. That's her other earring. A crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Oh, she's fucked. Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty. But what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazama's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe. Find the answers with your own eyes. Her right ear. There it is, right there.
Yes!
Ooh, shit. Miss Pervola, I noticed that on your ear. Even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. A little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. Ugh, what? But looking at your other ear, I noticed a crescent moon. Ah! I don't believe it. Ellipsis. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there is only one logical conclusion. Would you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pervola. Mr. Agrassi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night, in Mr. Agrassi's cabin, you witnessed the moment the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. Ellipsis. But then the question is, why did Mr. Agrassi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel. No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Parvola, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazama? Hey, what's going on, Psychoslop and Barbos? Happy Thursday to you guys. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship, and then when I was at when I was at the last in when I was at last in this cabin, I could relax after a horrible long day. Darka, wait. I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darka wouldn't come back. Knock knock. Clunk. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from our country. He was very polite and kind. From your country. He helped me find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, I was going to leave the man's cabin. Just a moment. Sorry, but yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah. Oh, of course. You're Nikolin Parvola, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from the land far away east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. I can't believe he's dead. I can't believe it. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no choice. I see. So you're a runaway. Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Is he going to pull the cord? He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Oh no. He was going to talk to me. He was going to talk to the main character. Then it happened, everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. She pushed him. Wait, I shouted. Then Darka jumped out of my hands and down to the young man's feet. And as he turned around to look at me, oh, I pushed him. Oh, now that's intentional. That's, and he landed on that. He landed on the bedpost. Oof. Ouch. Ouch. I don't even know why. Hey, Starry Dance. Happy Thursday. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. Yeah, that's murder. That's that's straight up murder right there. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. Ellipsis. And that's when you went to fetch help from Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty in the passageway. Damn, so it wasn't an accident. No, that is not an accident at all. That was intentional. From Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and a thud on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Bliff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Kazama's cabin to make it look like I did. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went to the cabin and looked around to make sure make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. Ellipsis. I closed the wardrobe doors and put back stranger's paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged the young man's body to a good place and used the ink that spilled by spilling to write on the floor. I wrote, so the person who found him would look inside the wardrobe and find the stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished job. By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway? Yes. Accordingly, the SS Baraya did indeed come to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m. Thus, enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. Ellipsis. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pervola. Why'd you push him? What? Well, you said that you told Kazama about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. That you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would you have been, what would have been a problem? Why would that have been a problem? The captain is her father? It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing here what are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. He said an inspector was his friend. Oh, I see. Ah, yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if the police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell, May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Parvola? Ellipsis. Or exclamation point. It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Agrassi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? No, he was going to talk to me. Well, I'm not Kazama, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wasn't going to give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at that moment? He was going to talk to me. Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was, can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of the room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So, this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Parvola visited Kazama-sama? Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. If there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manners of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out. You can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Parvola, what exactly was Kazama looking at? That's easy. He was looking at the wardrobe.
Take that!
He's gonna consult me. Considering everything that happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazama was going to ring the bell cord. Yes. However, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Ah! Miss Paravola, please think back very carefully. What were Mr. Agrassi's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion. Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No. Mr. Agrassi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. to see if between them they might be able to help in somehow, no doubt. Oh no. Sadly, we couldn't have known the truth for certain. We can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure what Mr. Agrassi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Ellipsis. Miss Pervola. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. Ooh. I'm sorry. Really. I am so sorry. What have I done? Gee. Holy crap. And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Burai was finally laid to rest. Jeez. Makes literally 0 sense since the captain had to be in on it. I mean, I don't know. She said the entire crew, but, I mean, maybe she was worried he was friends with the captain. I mean, she was desperate. She just ran away from the circus. She just traveled out in the middle of the ocean at night, stopping a boat full with hundreds of people to get put into a boat. And she was probably not thinking straight at all and worried. No, not in the most rational mindset. She was just thinking about her own safety, and any little thing like that would be seen, more heightened than normal. Or she would jump to conclusions. I mean, that makes sense. That she would think he was gonna tell on her or something. Even if it makes sense, because she's just worried about getting away. That's all she's worried about. What will happen to Miss Porvola now, then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detectives can speak to the immigration workers and sort all that out. So either the captain was drugged and the call wouldn't have mattered, or he's so incompetent that he didn't notice the emergency stop. No, he knew about it. No. The whole crew knew about it. Or most of the crew knew about it. But not all of the crew knew about it, because Hosonaga right here was also drugged. She was frantic. She was frantic and she was panicking. That's not hard to understand. She literally just ran away from her group in Russia that she hated with an item that belonged to them that was going to set her off for life. She stole. And she just ran away. And now she's being put on a ship. But just because you're on the ship in the middle of the ocean, she was still worried that she was going to get caught. She's made that pretty clear. So much to the point that she dressed up and disguised herself. She was just frantic. She was, like I said, she was worried about she was worried about getting discovered. And she wasn't thinking straight, which, that makes sense. She was just worried about her own safety. And jumping to conclusions, even if it doesn't make the most logical sense. Because, I mean, people do that. When they're worried, people do that. They start making the entire situation, even the littlest details about them, even if it doesn't, because they're so worried about being caught. So it makes sense. She just wasn't thinking straight. Plus, at the same time, no one else is in the room. No one else is in the room that she knows. She doesn't know that Naruhodo is in the wardrobe. So all she sees is him turning around. And what would he possibly do? Let me consult and get another opinion. When you say something like that, you're not thinking, "Oh, he's going to go open the wardrobe and talk to his friend." No, you're not. So her thinking was sound to think that he was going to pull the cord, and she just thought she was going to get ratted or something. She was just worried. So then the info in the game gave us a lie. The whole crew wasn't on her side, and this was a fake. A few crew members? No. No, I think you're missing the point. That there's nothing wrong in this situation. It makes sense. Yeah, you're missing the point entirely. Anyone who ate the chicken got knocked out. I mean, and the Russian crew were pretty tight. That's one thing to be drawn from here. The Russian crew is pretty tight. Hosonaga is a new seaman. So she made it pretty clear that they were so willingly the protector that they orchestrated this whole thing. So it's just she was frantic and she made a bad decision. That's all. Or yeah, she thought the captain was his friend, and that he was a police officer, or something like that. So she thought she was going to get ratted out. Like I said, she was just worried about getting away safely, that she didn't think straight, and which caused her to push the guy under the wrong pretense. Because she had no idea that he was going to go to the wardrobe. She was just worried about being caught. Yo, hey, Rencon. How's it going? Happy Thursday. Apparently, the English detectives can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Slomes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel no matter what, but I didn't think about you, about how you lost a good friend. I was going with Nina. I will give myself to the British people. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to the British people. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazama's death feels like such a waste, but... well, do what you can for Miss Parvola, won't you? Yeah. Well, I'm afraid I need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the council to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes. I did stow away after all. I can't really expect any difference. Any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. It looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it even began then. To think, it was only days ago Kazama and I were laughing together about how we tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Ellipsis. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Oh, it's Susato. Susato-san. Oh, exclamation point. Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. Well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should, pack. You know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Susato-san. He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san.
Thank you.
It's just too much. Ellipsis. Yeah, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector? My duty to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed. And caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I let everyone down. I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free now. At least. Huh? Yo, Rencon Egg, thanks for gifting a sub to Brown Eyes. Hey, Brown Eyes, enjoy the gifted sub courtesy of Rencon. Rencon, thank you so much for the gifted sub and for supporting my stream. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Huh? Surprise, Mr. Haruhodo. What? What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them, for old time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway, after all. I think he thinks this is funny. Mr. Slomes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. Well, and though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. Hey, Gray G. Happy Thursday. The loss of your companion is truly heart-tendering. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. Ellipsis. The terms of his study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be. In light of Mr. Agrassi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no. I don't care for me, but or Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of the problems have an extremely simple solution, you know? All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. Explanation point. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Slomes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Amped opportunity, I would say, to find yourself another suitable lawyer. Yes. Ellipsis. Miss Susato? Yes. Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Uh-huh. But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But, as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Miss Naruhodo? That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazama, he said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. Explanation point. He was passionate about it, and I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyways, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? Ellipsis. Oh, she's smiling. I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what is our bespeckled inspector Friends say. Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, no, no. It's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all harbor. Gives us interest, gives us fascination. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? Explanation point. And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exceptionary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until the very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusations of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Ellipsis. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector, after all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything to make it up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? Ellipsis. It would be I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. And Mr. Naruhodo? I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it was Kazama-sama. I'm sure it was Kazama-sama would have wanted. Its name is Homura. It's a great sword that's been in the Asagi clan for generations. Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it always. We're still going to Britain. So then, Miss Susato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come. It'll be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. Let me get my book real quick. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too. Oh, okay. Goodness, what is it? Ellipsis. Please throw me to the ground 3 times. What? 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 I should never have doubted you. You were Kazama-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door was locked. No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should have never thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times. Wait, so you get to throw me 5 times and I only get to throw you 3 times? Unfair. Unfair. That's not equality. I should get 5 throws. Ha, the number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. No, I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sloams? I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling? Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujitsu technique. Apparently, it's called the Susato Takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How begulling. I am a practitioner of the combated arts myself. I am somewhat of an accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Ellipsis. Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear milady. I'm getting thrown again. Oh, of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Hiya! Who didn't see that coming? As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Ah, yes. Arresting indeed. And then what is that? And that is what you term the Susato Takedown, is it? Actually, no. That was the Susato Squash. Oh my gosh. No, Rencon, no. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kusama flickered into my mind. Who did not see that coming? Oh. We got a katana. Kimura. That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Osagi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Kimura guides me. I truly believe that. How is he dead? What? We're never going to be able to see the floating headband again. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you wield, you wouldn't need much compelling on that subject. There's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what it was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and figure it out. Great Britain's capital, London. Hey! All right. And wow. That was like an entire episode, but it wasn't actually a court case. It was just that was different from the other games that I've played. That was pretty cool. That sucks though that he's dead though. I liked him as a character. He was cool. Kazama was cool. Now he's dead? What? He was such a cool dude. Why'd they go and kill him off like that? That's so unfortunate. That was really neat though. All the Ace Attorney games I played prior, it was always court cases. So I expected that we were gonna like not get all the clues and then we were gonna go to a court in a foreign land or something. I thought that's what was gonna happen, but man, this was just one big like figure out the murder mystery thing pretty much. That was quite different, I have to say. That was quite different indeed. All right, let me take a little bit of a break to go to my kitchen. I will be back in like a minute or two. So sit tight. Don't go crazy while I am away. And I will be back shortly. So see you in a sec. Did I bring Oreos for chat? Of course. Of course I did. Did you bring your Oreos for chat? Because I don't see them. I see. You don't see any? That's because you ate them all so fast. All right. So let us. We don't want wasabi Oreos you're trying to force on us. Dude, no. There's no way in hell I would ever eat that. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right. Episode 3, The Adventures of the Runaway Room. Start.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
So I have been saying his name right. Oh, that's us.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
Circular, I would really hope that those things don't exist.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure.
What, is she gonna die next?
I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
London. The 18th February 1920, 9:21 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice Office. Can you tell me though why she sound like she was British in the dub? Did anyone else hear that? Or was that just, it sounded like she was British or something. Ellipsis. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. Yeah, our character sounded like he was British too, yeah. There's some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in a few short decades since we've opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this is quite different in impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just the construction material. Oh, you mean like these big old gears right here? What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice Office, Naruhodo-san, and Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time, if the circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. Ellipsis. But Kazama can't. No. So instead, we're here in different capacity. as envoys to report the news of Kasama-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, envoy's duty is done. So we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, we have to take Kazama's place as the law student selected from the study tour. Yes, which means you need requisite qualifications as a lawyer, which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. Ellipsis. I hope I'm up to scratch. Good morning. Sorry to keep you. You said this looks like a boss battle room. That looks like the boss right there. He looks evil as shit. Oh. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. Look at that face. He looks evil as shit. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no. Don't mention it. We're never happier that we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Miel Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. I have a feeling. I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Naruhodo-san, don't be a mouse. How does she know? Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice. Strongheart. I am Ryunosuke Naruhara from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Yes, thank you. This dude's evil. Have you ever seen a more evil person in video games? Barbose. I can't blame you. This guy. So what happened to Phoenix Wright? You mean the character Phoenix Wright? He doesn't exist yet. We're playing as his ancestor. An armband. An armband I inherited from Kazama. It identifies the wearer as a defense lawyer throughout Japan. The lawyer armband is embroidered on the inside here. Look, Kazama Asogi. This was his band, of course. He had his heart set on studying the tour in Great Britain. I'm sure he would have found the truth he longed for here. But he lost his life before he even had the chance to see the place. I've had such a strong sense of his hopes and dreams when I look at this armband, though. I've only ever seen him from the games. I don't know the timeline of these games. Well, that makes sense because that makes absolute sense because these games were never available outside of Japan until the release of this collection officially. These were released in it's 2 games actually. This was released in 2015 and the other one was released in 2016 only in Japan. And then I think there's a couple other games that are only in Japan as well. But yeah, these are like in relative to how old Phoenix Wright the series is as a whole, these are pretty new in comparison to the other ones. Because I think the first Phoenix Wright game came out, I want to say in like 2003. I want to say I might be a little bit off, but so it's a big gap between the early games and the later games. But yeah, the Great Chronicles are set in like the 1890s in Japan and Great Britain, and you play as Phoenix Wright's ancestor instead of him because obviously he doesn't exist. Aka, you can't have any of these. I already ate them. Examine. Look at these menacing metal giants facing each other across the room. I believe they're suits of armor. Oh, right. I thought maybe they were like lion dogs we have in Japan guarding shrine gates. No, not at all. In fact, in Europe, suits of armor like these are always possessed by evil spirits, you know? And they roam around in the middle of the night. Really? Is there nothing you don't know, Miss Susato? This book tells me everything I need to know about everything. If you're ever unsure, just ask. Where did she get that incredible tome? That's fantastic. I love it. Just look at those naughty books placed together on these shelves. They go from floor to ceiling. They're all books and they're all books that you couldn't hope to come by in Japan. It's like a dream. Yes, a very bad dream. They're not all British law either. There are books about the judicial system of other Western nations. France, Germany, Spain, Holland. What about Russia? Why do you ask? I was wondering about asking the Lord Chief Justice how you say wardrobe in Russian. What do you think? I think perhaps it's a thought best abandoned. Dun, dun, dun. All right, so I didn't mean to pick on the books. I meant to pick on the chandelier, but all right. This chair is one. This is some kind of clock. Actually, I think we might be inside some sort of giant clock. But those gears are larger than anything you'll find on the steam locomotive, even. It's eerie. Do you think clocks are some sort of hobby of this? Of his? The Lord Chief Justice, I mean? Well, boys do enjoy fondling around with machines, don't they? I'm not sure you can call Fodl with cogs that size. I'm certain you couldn't call him a boy. Still, it's amazing how little noise the cogs make, considering how large they are. There's actually something quite soothing about their precise rhythm. All right, the boss battle's here. This must be Lord Chief Justice's desk. I believe it's made of marble. It looks more like an over-the-top tombstone that's toppled over to me. I think that's your fanciful imagination at work again, Mr. Naruhodo. It feels like everything that's normally made of wood and paper at home. is made of brick and stone here. I know. That's why this place feels so overbearing, I'm sure. Alright, isn't that everything? Unless we get the carpet. Oh no, I can go around. No. No, that's pretty much everything. Converse. London. So, what's your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, help. I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I couldn't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, we had a wonderful view of London streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say, I'm almost at a loss for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water, and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh, yes. Astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming Great Exhibition we will be hosting here in London. The Great Exhibition. Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times, we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Hey, what's going on, Bubba Fett? Happy Thursday. Good to see you. Lord Chief Justice? I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Ellipsis. Absolutely. Mr. Kazama Osagi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamboat bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honor his appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of our envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are the people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that that is true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means this study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, This is it, then. The moment of truth. I'm staring the boss in the face, and I have to tell him to accept me. The thing is, Lord Justice, Mr. Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Ellipsis. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Ograssi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo, I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there is someone else here in Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's... Actually, there's no one. That's the option. I'm gonna save scum and see what happens. There's no one. Sorry. It's Miss Susato. It can probably only be, yes, Miss Susato. Ellipsis. Look at her, she's gassed, like, ah! It can't be. Ellipsis. An unusual introduction. But I presume you mean this charming lady beside you. You're a lawyer, are you? Ellipsis. That look she's giving me. After all these days of hard work she put in to help me study. I can't let her down now. I think that's quite enough joking, don't you? Don't you, Lord Strongheart? My real answer is... It's me. No! No! Gee! No. Load. I gotta see what he says for the other answer. Actually, there's no one. It's only been 40 days since Kazama died. And yes, I've studied as hard as I possibly could. But I can't really stand before this terrifying man and claim that I can do the job. Sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. Of course, only one lawyer. Exclamation. Ellipsis. But I'm not sure I can stand before this terrifying woman and claim that I can. I'll end up upside down on the floor if I do that. Ellipsis. Not that I'm scared of the Susato Takedown, obviously, but perhaps I should change my answer. It's me. I can do it. Is that so? Ellipsis. I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer? I have acted as a lawyer in the court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazama to help me. And I was accused, but glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law in the court proceedings while I was on board the SS Bura. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, but you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's a far too short period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Ellipsis. Kazama, Mr. Ograssi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. Explanation point. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please. Ellipsis. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief. Not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Algrassi planned, do you? Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes. That's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? We got the test. So what form will this test actually, what form will this test take actually? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as of yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How did I get myself into this situation? Well, could I ask what sort of trial it is, Mr. Strongheart? Yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. Oh, snap. Rencon murdered someone again. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention just in case. If the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short C base introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. Ellipsis. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo. Where did the birds come from in the background? You've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. Explanation point. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asgowski. Dude, I forgot how to pronounce that again. Asogi. Sorry, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What it'll be? Ellipsis. What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? I won't do it. All right, then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision-making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. Exclamation point. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. Ellipsis. The test is canceled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your tickets for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Ellipsis. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but what could I do? It's all right. I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? Ellipsis. I think what Miss Susato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable. And I feel exactly the same way. Ellipsis. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. Ellipsis. The lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of these clients, That particular day, they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Is the game over? Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh? Was there something else? It's approximately 12 minutes by carriage to Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that I'm quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful. But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Ellipsis. Please don't expect an answer to every question. It's like this because I'm the bad guy. Exclamation point. The cold, hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from the very miserable end. And that is you. Ellipsis. I'm really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Mr. Strongheart? You said it was an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. And I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh? Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. What the This dude is crazy. This dude is literally crazy. He's gone. Hold on, chat. Give me 1 second. The Old Bailey? If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Wait, am I able to converse? What to do? Miss Susato, can I just ask you something? Careful. From this position, I can perform a Susato takedown in an instant. I know. Mr. Naruhodo, you've heard Lord Strongheart. The trial starts immediately. Or intermediate. If I need to throw you, I will. You know, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. If you need to ask me anything, it better wait until we're at Old Bailey. Fine. London's highest crime court with an illustrious past, the Old Bailey. This is where I'm to take my test and prove my worthiness. Yo, Courage. Hey, thanks so much for the host. Hey, Snowy, how's it going? Happy Thursday. The 18th February, 9:45 a.m. The Old Bailey defendants. Is it antechamber? Oh, thank goodness, we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. 15 minutes until the trial. Dude, I don't even have any information on what to do at all. Or like, what's going on at all? How am I supposed to defend this man? I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I know my teeth were going to rattle loose. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver. And there's a genuine in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from Sherlock Holmes stories. And it worked quite quickly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyways, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So, this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you all right, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me a sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. And an oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. No, Rencon, no. And get that cookie out of your mouth, Circular. You can't have it. Yes, whoever's the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir? Who the hell is this? What are you doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, aren't they? Sorry? What do you look at these expressionless faces from the east? Are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan it is. Right, say no more. So, how much dues you need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all while in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. This grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 Goonies? What the fuck is that? I don't know what this is. Goonies? Jennies? Jenny? That's how it is? Say nothing now. 1,000 Jenny? Please, please, Miss Susato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in most prestige area in Tokyo. What? It's just nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have a sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Did he just hit me in the face with a penny? Is that what he just did? This dude. That hit me in the eye. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you, no strings attached. I'll be waiting for you to do something for me. Oh. To be honest, this is a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, it's for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me. Nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial's gonna start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. So this is the guy we have to defend. Oh God. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Ellipsis. Blustering blazes, do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names? No, sorry. We've only arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose this isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park, there's in the center of London is another beautiful park. Sorry? A park? What? It's called McGill Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. An entire park in the center of London? A city of smiles, that's my vision of London. There's nothing Magnus McGilden wouldn't do for the city and its core old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. But now they're gall and say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGill. What is the matter with London police? I ask you. All right, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo? Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. Miguel, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, what was I after saying you deaf? Okay. I'd given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, I wasn't really offering to just stand up there, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Ellipsis. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This chancer of a fella claims to have more money than the queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did. That's the only explanation. Well, well, exactly. Yes, exactly. What now? Well, like you said, if you have all the money, but you don't have anyone to represent you in the court, there's no other logical conclusion that you're guilty of the charges. Well, you call a spade in the East, so you do. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean any offense. I still can't express myself very well in English, you see. And I'm never sure what's acceptable to say and what isn't, so. Is that so? Because you sounded fluent enough when you were telling me what a blackguard I must be. What is a blackguard? I've never heard of this. This is like this. We've seen this term before. Is this supposed to be like an insult? I'm terribly sorry. I can't say that I blame you for thinking it, fella. It is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean. Ellipsis. No, he didn't, Rencon. That would be the fault of the Reaper. The Reaper? Sorry? Did he just say Reaper? Blackguard equals villain or scoundrel, probably? Hey, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Baroque von Zeeks. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When von Zeke stands for prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. Exclamation point. And to this day, let me guess, he hasn't lost a single case. In every single trial in which he's been prosecutor, the accused have been damned. Of course. All right, Miles Edgeworth 2.0. What? All right, sir. Sure. So it's reached a desperate situation. I see where this is going. Where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of Old Bailey. Goodness. A blackguard is a man that acts dishonorable. Oh, okay, that's what it is. So Rencon. That I see. Matsu Blink. Goodness, Lord Baroque von Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Ellipsis. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defense is summoned. This and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel? That would be me. Oh, 'tis the time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Ellipsis. Until you showed me your face here. I'd made up my mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I had to defend myself in there. How would have that worked? But then you made an appearance in a student of the law, wouldn't you know? It's no accident, I can assure you of that. This fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. Ellipsis. I literally know nothing about the case or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I know is that I just turned my back. I just can't turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo? The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazama would have never allowed to happen. Exclamation point. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. Exclamation point. All right, ellipsis. I'll be right there. All right, let me drink some water. It's happening then. My first trial in the British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazama. Because I have no idea how I'm going to handle this. Oh my god. Akira's thirsty to see a man hung. Dude, no, I'm going to defend the crap out of this person. What are you talking about? Oh, my God. The 18th February, 10 a.m., Old Bailey Court. Yo, listen to the ambience. You hear it? You hear the fire, the ambience? Yo, check it out. Damn. Damn. So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. Now, okay, so I wonder why, though. I'm just curious, but I wonder why they, like, this game is you going to Britain and not just doing law in Japan. It's been something that's been on my mind since the very beginning of the game. Once we saw it had, like, this big British involvement. I'm like, why? I wonder why they chose to go to Britain and not just have it like Japanese cases. Because we already saw the judge in Japan and stuff like that. Has that been on anyone else's mind too? It's been on my mind the whole game. I guess they really wanted to explore the like British, I guess. But I really thought the game was going to take place in... Because that wouldn't be dramatic enough? What do you mean it wouldn't be dramatic enough? It's Ace Attorney. I feel it was a narrative choice. You think so? Because, I mean, the entire first and second game take place in the same country. I haven't played the third one, so I have no... Was it Trials and Tribulations? I haven't played that one yet. Yeah, dude, the Japan judge looked pretty... He did look pretty cool. He had a sick beard. He looked pretty sick. He didn't look Japanese at all, though. That dude looked straight American. But, hey, that's neither here nor there. We need to get here the most awkward way possible. I don't know, I'm saying, like, I wonder why they chose to incorporate Great Britain into the game and not just have, like, a purely like Japanese one. I wonder if there's a game of Ace Attorney that is like that. So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? So it's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country determines a person. Whenever the country determines a person's guilt or innocence, it's always a solemn affair. Solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, I just can't help it. Oh my god. Yo! Look at that beard. Damn. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I here declare this court to be in session. Oh, listen to that music. Look at that beard. It's Santa. My God. So majestic. So elegant. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGill. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Oh my God, look. It's Edgeworth's great ancestor. It's his great-great-grandpa, look. Look. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look awfully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel of the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. But I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. It's Edgeworth. Look, it's Edgy. It's Miles. His great-great-grandpa. Those eyes please me. Nepalese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your tree deponation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. Dun, dun. Wait, he could speak English? Why didn't he do that in the first case when she was not speaking Japanese? Wait, what do you mean? Well, they teach. Well, I don't know when they include it, but most countries you learn English as a second language. The gentlewoman, she was not speaking Japanese either. She did. No, she did eventually. No, she was speaking English or French. No, she was speaking Japanese. You remember in the whole thing was that she was acting like she couldn't speak Japanese. So she was whispering English to the guy, and then eventually she started speaking Japanese on her own. The entire court was in Japanese, and then she started speaking Japanese, and then sporadically she would start speaking English when she was pissed. But no, she knew Japanese. And then Naruhodo couldn't understand the English. Yeah. No, wait. I don't remember. I don't exactly remember. I have no idea how you pronounce this word, chat. The QN tests. All right, I'm Googling this one. I have no idea. UN test. Is that how you pronounce it? Representing the most perfect or typical example of class or quality. Oh, quintessential. Duh, I'm an idiot. I've actually never seen quintessential. I've never seen quintessential actually spelled out. Yeah. I know the word. I've never actually seen it spelled out before. Quintessential. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. A cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way down to the tip of my toes. Ellipsis. Now, Mr. McGill. Yes, my lord. You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? Ellipsis. As I've always said, my lord, this a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East. It is not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance. I'd like to think that act of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGill. What a fine gentleman London has in him. Do you hear he donated 5,000 pounds to the government? Mother, please. I can't read all this. It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGill. That's definitely welcoming news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGill, and most a lot of it sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly to remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Oh God, what is this? You have to deal with a jury? What? Look at Nana over in the corner. Like you got Nana over in the corner knitting. Look, she's over there knitting. She's over there like, oh, I got jury duty. That dude next to her, though, looks like a real asshole. And so does the lady next to him. Looks like those two look like real assholes. And so does the guy all the way on the left. He looks like an ass, too. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rotteners to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says he should dispose of the rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Nah, any criminals here will soon be wishing they'd never set eyes on me. I'm sorry, but they allow knives in the courtroom? Hello? They allow alcohol in the courtroom? I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Look at Nada. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, those people are the jury. Yes, that's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right. I've only read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from two completely different points of view. But how exactly do jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes. Prosecutor Von Zykes. My lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. An infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware? Ellipsis. Wait, he got the sword too. What the heck? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why? Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose your heart, Mr. Naruhodo. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. You must be the ones, the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days ago. 3 days passed. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks, known in the community as the Trice-fired Mason. Sorry? Trice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. Oh shit, he was stabbed. Ouch. Right in the chest. Jeez. The victim's corpse was discovered in a omnibus in service on the street of London at the time. Wait, how did the person who's driving the carriage not know that a dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death? Here's the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that, and the photograph is evidence. The autopsy report has been entered into the court record. A report prepared by Scotland Yard's coroner. It gives the cause of death as internal hemorrhaging as a result of a single stab found to the abdomen. The photo of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. A photograph of the victim taken on the omnibus. The knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but his face is partly obscured from view by an old crooked hat. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are? Good lord. Wait, is he wearing a wig? He's wearing a wig. His hair just popped up. No, Judge is bald. No. Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. Now he's wearing a wig. Poor guy. Rock the baldness, man. Take that wig off. What? Mr. Miguel's gloves have blood on them. Order. Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. The defense leather gloves have been entered into the court record. The leather gloves the defendant was wearing at the time of the incident. There is a blood stain on the right glove. Okay. How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I've even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside this vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of these passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. And the other was the accused, Magnus Miguel. Well, rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Ellipsis. Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. Miguel. To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a furious tiredness, and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Listen, so it is. And when I open my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I've never laid eyes on before in my life. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from the stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto the gloves then after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Damn, she is typing up a storm. You see her? Order! 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 When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. And there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compiling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Explanation point. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimonies from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Rincon, why'd you do it? Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Witnesses, your name and occupation. Was it me? Uh-huh. Beepo? My name is, well, everyone calls me Beepo. I drive the omnibus in the Far East. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name's First. Is it First? Dr. Lady First. I make hats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in the omnibus and witnessed the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir, that's right, yes. Very well, then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. Witness testimonies. What the witnesses saw. Lumi did it? You know, Rencon, that's a compelling argument you have there. I mean, it's kind of hard to doubt that, too. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim, the man accused of killing him, were sat next to each other. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed, I did. I couldn't help. Why is this hat falling off his head constantly? What is this? This man makes hats? As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Okay. An unambitious testimony, I must say. No, an unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. Ellipsis. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel. Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As we've been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of a moving carriage. Ellipsis, ellipsis, ellipsis. It's staged. How quaint. I've read that civilization in the Western Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend. Have you even traveled in a omnibus? Ellipsis, well, no. We only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What? What do you mean, the actual scene? How? The carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably, you understand that. Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff. Bring forth the stricken omnibus. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses. It can carry up to 8 passengers. Great, 8 people can fit in there? 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best view of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there's a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. A skylight? Oh. The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gents were occupying the rooftop seats on the omnibus when the murder took place. That's how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. That makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I have never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. Look at his hair. his hair keeps moving around when he gets excited and worried. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. He had to move his hair back. Very well. I see no reason why not. The omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. The omnibus has been entered into the court record. The 8-seated omnibus that was the scene of the crime. There were passengers both inside the carriage and on the roof deck that night. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence. Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Let us continue with the proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray don't expect this Nepo Polonese stray to understand the intricacies of British court cross-examination rights. What is that supposed to mean, Miles Edgeworth's ancestor? All right. My first cross-examination in British court. I like how he slaps his face to get ready. Focus. Slap. The cross-examination. Oh, that's cool. What the witnesses saw. Hold on. E. Are we allowed to examine? Oh my gosh. You like full on examine the bus. Jeez. Are you able to... Oh, you can rotate it around too. Let's see. Na, 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 na. 418. Phoenix Wright Omnibus. Look at that. Look at that. Nice. Nice. Dun, 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 dun. You can certainly see inside the carriage through the opening. That's for sure. Yes. There's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses could have been seen quite clearly. That's not good for us. Da, 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 da. Talk about the seats. So this is the roof deck for of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of the London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on the bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them. And they have to pay money to do so? Brr, I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as punishment? Perhaps that is the real price to pay to stay out late. Okay, that didn't have anything to do with anything. Okay, so this is where the guy sits. Okay. We're not able to look at it in this way. Da-na-na-na, da-na. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a murder? It's horrible. Da-na, da-da-da. Da-na, 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 da-na-da. Da-na, da-na. Ah, that's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start in 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fussing with excitement about the prospect of such a grand event. Da-na, 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 da-na. Ah, that's a poster of the grand exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. Off to work. Have a great day, Aka and chat. Hey, Rencon. Hey, you have a good rest of your day, sir. Have a nice Thursday, and thanks for coming out to today's stream. I'll most likely see you tomorrow. Oh, the Crystal Tower. Sorry, people all over London are fussing about it. That's blood. That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victims, obviously. Yeah. And that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab someone in full view of other passengers like that? I wonder. Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in there, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything else outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. This seat has a handle, it seems. Oh. What is this? This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubes, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's storage. It's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage. That's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Oh, so this one doesn't have it. Is that it? I guess that's it. I thought we would uncover something more important, but we didn't. It was like stuff we didn't really need, like, to know any of that stuff. All right, let's see. Can we examine the gloves? So there's no blood on the left one. This is definitely blood, isn't it? No, not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. No. By the way, is Mr. McGill right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was also toying with the coin in his right hand a little earlier too. Ah, pity. If only he had been left-handed. I think blood on either glove could be fairly incriminating, really. Yeah, that's kind of rough. He's stabbed right in the gut. But what is this hat? Right? Age 54. Occupation brickmaker. Time of death was February 15th. 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife whilst journeying in an omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Let's see. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused reached over and plunged a knife right into his gut. That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed, I did. I couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. All right. So when it happened, the only two people in the enclosed cabin area were the victim and the defendant. And so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man trying to do the deed. I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here. Ugh. That's like an understatement. This is awful. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to think here? Is Mr. McGill really innocent? Or could it be? Before we jump to conclusions, our first task should be to gather information. We need to understand the case much better than we do at the moment. Yes, you're absolutely right. Let's listen to those witness statements again a little more carefully this time. Okay. It was the last bus. Let's press this one. Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Wait. You can look around at other people? Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, yes, that's right, sir. Yes. Ever so cold. It was, sir, freezing, in fact. Okay. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, sir. Not all traveling in the same part of the bus, of course, though. No. Okay. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example? Not. You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that, no. Someone had to be hiding it. Someone had to be hiding in the seat where he hides all his tools and stuff for the carriage. Someone had to be hiding in there, and then stabbed them. Da-na-na-na. They had to, right? At least that's what I think. So nobody fled the scene of the crime then. I have to say, the boss insists on its. The boss insists on it running. He does every evening, the last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's all altogether worthwhile. Yes, this is sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on a run, you see. Yes, I spent that much at the pub on the way home just trying to warm up again. Okay. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus.
Hold it!
And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage? That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There's a lamp inside, so I had a pretty good view. The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there is not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGill. That does not look like Mr. McGill's suit, though, doesn't it? That does not look like his suit at all. And also, are we able to go to the court records real quick? Look at the carriage. If you examine the carriage, up top especially, so the blood is right here. Oh no, never mind. Never mind. I was going to say, I thought they were over here. I was going to say, how did he see them if they were on the same side? Nope, they're on a different side. Okay. Well, that doesn't work. Damn. I guess he is looking at him, yeah. But there's no shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGill. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? Mr. McGill is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Marson and Mr. McGill. No, man, they keep saying that, so that's making me think that there's another person under the seat with the tools and stuff. They keep on going back and back about how there was only them two in there. Was there really, though? Was there really? It don't seem like it. It don't seem like it at all. There's no room for doubt here. I really wish there was. They'd keep emphasizing that over and over and over again. And then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
Hold it!
You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Or are you fair dinkum? Hard-working. Or are you a fair dinkum hard-working city banker not considering trustworthy these there? Oh, no, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could tell us what you saw. My lord. Juror number 3. What's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Damn, he called him a leprechaun. Damn. Well, he can't fool me. What is this? There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. Hold it. That is precisely what I was about to say. Damn. As a foreman of the jury, it is my duty to set a good example for my fellow jurors. Damn, they got no evidence. They're saying he's guilty. Well, I mean, they got a lot of evidence. Never mind. What is happening here? Let's see. Ah, yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently so. Apparently, yes. White for innocent, black for guilty. And the 6 members of the jury make up their mind about the case. One by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scale of justice. As we saw a moment ago.
Hey, listen!
Yo, Brown Eyes, thanks for hosting the stream. Thank you. So, those enormous scales fall completely to the, So, if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Ellipsis. Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now, I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well, the court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel of the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare. Wait, are we gonna... Wait, so that just happened because that was like at the end of his thing? That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed he did it. Couldn't help it.
Hold it!
He stabbed him. Were you sitting up on the roof deck? And you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? That's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing a little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I've been thinking about a new hat design, you see. So I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. Da-na, da-na-na. And it was sticking right out from his belly. That huge great knife. A grim sight indeed. Ah, that didn't help me at all. Da-da, da-da. The jury looks like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. Look at Donna like, what are you saying, dear? Can you speak up a little bit louder? I can't hear you. Look at her. She looks so nice and peaceful. I love this. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. Miguel is telling the truth. I love Nana. I love Nana too. She's great. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. Oh, yes, sir. Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief. Yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that? Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. That is the blade of considerable size, counsel. It is. And furthermore, the scabbard is embezzled, predominantly with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please, no. M for Magnus, perhaps, or Miguel, possibly. Take your pick. Look at that hand point, though. This hand point is something else. I love it. It's so awkward looking, but man, does it fit this guy so well. The one thing I do miss from the original trilogy, though, is when Miles would do the whole hiss, hiss, hiss with his finger over and over again. Dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
Objection! But there are M's everywhere. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Yeah. Oh, there it is. The point. Like yes. Like in Mason.
Objection!
Objection. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel. The murder weapon has been entered into the court records. A largest weapon that was found lodged into the victim's abdomen. Its quality and fancy ornamentation suggests it must be quite valuable. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Juror number 2, go on. Mr. Miguel is a pillar of society and a gentleman. And a gentleman's word should be escaroscent? I have no idea what this word means. Almighty Google, let me know. especially of a principal, place, or routine, regard it as too important or valuable to be interfered with. Okay. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish. No, she just... This lady. How could she? No. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grim. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. No! Not again. That's 4 out of the 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at this moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may fly. We mustn't give up hope. That will uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But ellipsis. All right. I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I'm never giving up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witness statements again. Wait, that wasn't the last one. Oh, that was the last one. Oh, okay, hold on. Oh, no, this is the last one right here. Hold on. Let's examine the knife. Are we allowed to? They say it's an M. They say it's an M, but that's a W, man. That's not an M, that's a W. What are you talking about, an M? An ornament letter M. Undoubtedly Mr. Magnus Miguel's initials. I see a W too. And it's beautiful Gelda too. It must be very valuable, I should think. Ah. What is it? Look at the M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. A W? Yes. This is one of those, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know at all, but what I am sure of is that this is an M. Oh, well, that idea was quickly squashed. Ouch. Ouch. She just said, no, dude. Not at all. What if I do this? That part is sheathed, isn't it? Ellipsis. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, oh, sorry, yes. I just don't really like blades. Oh. Those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. That's not a blade. That's Kazama's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in denying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Oh, there we go. We get to see what the blade looks like. Oof, the blood's still on it too. Oof. Lumi's handiwork is still here to be seen. Ugh. It looks like a lot of blood. It surely is blood, the victim's. Ugh. An Englishman's blood looks like a lot Looks a lot like Japanese man blood. Did you think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain, and I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. Damn it, that didn't give us anything. Well, shit. I was kind of hoping that we would... I can see a W and I can see an M. All right, there's no engraving on his gloves either. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus and then I saw it too.
Hold it!
What exactly did you see? Well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. Wait, what? How is he collapsed on the floor? He's in the seat. That's... Okay. And by passenger, you obviously are referring to the victim, Mr. Marson, the brickmaker. And the other passenger had the knife in his hand, like this. By the other passenger, obviously you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus Miguel. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. Wait, what? That doesn't make sense. None of what he says makes any sense with the photo that we have. He saw the guy collapse on the floor. And then he saw the guy take the knife out in his hand and then stab him. But the picture of him is in the seat, not on the floor. So that is like, that's like entirely wrong, right? What? My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5. Do I take it that you too? Yeah, the blood is also on the seat too. As the master of London's Guild of Coachmen, the idea of murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all of the facts, though. I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. No, please, no. Just keep an open mind. A little long. G up now, Silver Blaze. The finish is in sight. Nana. Nana, it's all... Nana. Nana, we need you bad. Nana, please don't. Beatpote is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear? What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witness in the stand. Oh, yes, I certainly have. I still got my hearing, you know. She's like, I'm not deaf yet. Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Look at her go. I love this. Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. He's like, I don't give a shit. Ellipsis. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGill's Park, it's called. Ellipsis. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He is always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right. A man like him wouldn't stab someone else, surely. Mother, may we go to Miguel's public library later to borrow some more books? How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of a man Magnus Magellan really is? What kind of man he is? The philanthropist Magnus Magellan has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What? Oh no, not a no! Stone of Crows. Magellan lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so that his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they owe. He's a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Our facilities have deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? Ellipsis. Or exclamation point. What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, the poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused Magnus Magellan. But let it also be known that very day Mr. Mason was killed was his final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious. The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his home, He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus Miguel. I don't believe it.
Hold it!
Hold it! If I might add something briefly, Miss Susato? You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. Miguel, but where is the evidence to support your claim? Ellipsis. Wait, does he have wine in court? What? This is allowed? Pray, forgive the discourteous of filling my hollow chalice in the court of law. Aha, there it is. Lord von Zeich's hollowed chalice. How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in an unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience myself. As a judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's log, which details all monies lent by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh? Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice and toast of the enigmatic east of the same time. A marvelous toast, counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. The debtor's ledger has been entered into the court record. A catalog of people who had borrowed money from the defendant at a high rate of interest. It includes the victim who owed 20 guineas. Or goonies. Ah, yes, 20 goonies. The victim owed a considerable sum. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Ellipsis. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pull over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, this is the modus. What is it? I'm sure it's like guinea, like the pig. Modus operandi. What the hell's modus operandi of the accused? And it is such a pretty little park too. What a scoundrel! No, don't do it, Nana! Don't do it! No, no, no! Still. Nana, don't! Maybe it's all for the best. Ah, wait a minute. Think about this. I don't stand for nonsense. Don't do it, Nana! Shit. Hey, good morning, Rain. Happy Thursday. That was it. The last juror's decision. Ellipsis. According to this encyclopedia of British law, when all members of the jury have concluded the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the preceding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict? It's over then. Oh. There's a footnote, though. A footnote? However, the defense, all 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respects for a swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. No, he's like, how did this happen? Ellipsis. Miss Susato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before? The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense. What did it say next? Oh, yes. Of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. Summation examination of the jurors at this point. A summation examination.
Objection!
Objection! Summation examination. For which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Judging from the bindings, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text of the British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. What even is it, Miss Susato? This so-called summation examination? Oh, one moment. I'll read about it. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? Typical Nepalese. All right, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we are able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decision. And it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions. Yes. In times gone by, Barisis would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really. So it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Explanation point. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense virus would even assert his right to try it in this day and age. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. Exclamation point. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? A summation examination, our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry out or admit defeat? What we do is we save scum. That's what we do. Why? Why, you may say? You put that gun down. Judgmental bird, put that gun down. Because, forget it. Ellipsis. Mr. Naruhodo, are you sure that's the right decision? You heard what the judge and the prosecutor said. It's an antiquated procedure. It's history. We barely know our way around the law that is used today. What hope will we have pulling it off? Ellipsis. Perhaps what we don't know can work to our advantage. Sorry. In any case, there's really only one course of action available to us here. What we can't afford to do is allow this trial to end. Exclamation point. What we don't know can work to our advantage? You're right, Miss Susato. Let's bring this antiquated procedure back into the present times, or the present day. The defense wishes to assert its right to summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
Objection! London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of the judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
Objection. But if it's our right, it's our right, and I believe it could prove vital in this case. The defense petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Foreman, you are, and foreman, you are you, and the remainder of the jury ready? Well, I'm not. There was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so all members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decision and explain why you believe the defendant is guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. Not to mention, no mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. That's what I was gonna say. What letter? But I didn't say anything because I was thinking like maybe it's just the letter they got to do jury duty. But yeah, I don't know. Now it's seeming like it's a letter that is telling them to say he's guilty. That seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before. All right then. The summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, it is. Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity I've been looking for to turn this trial around. So be it then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus Miguel, guilty of this most serious crime. Okay. The jury's contentions. There has no... Oh, okay. Wait. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time. So it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers and the fare is totaling 20 pence. He struck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collected all and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pints for years. That scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. Oh, this is it. This is it. He didn't stab him on the floor. He's like, I don't... Why is this a thing? He didn't stab him on the floor. That's clearly not the floor. So, that has to be it. It beggars belief. Nana has to be it. We gotta convince Nana first. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of our jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. It's in the magic book. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heat-warming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then they've reached their conclusion by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Then what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about in British law, Mr. Naruto. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a union fort, but the truth is, united for it. They are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more juries say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. Ellipsis. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. All right, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off. I love when he just slaps his face. Can we start the proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take this the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Water time, chat. The defense's rebuttal. Oh, I can press them. So your goal is literally to sick them against each other and watch the chaos unfold. Exactly. Yep. It's to have them basically eat each other alive. It's a great idea. So there was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it had to been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He struck the chap next to him. Oh, you know what it's going to be? She says 4 passengers totaling to 20 pence. And the one guy says they haven't raised their prices from 4 pence in years, which that would equal 5 passengers. This guy. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. So, yeah. If it's 20 pence, who's the 5th person? And where are they? Pit. Against. Yo, this is cool.
Objection!
These two statements clearly contradict each other. They do. Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear on Silver Blaze's maim and name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. Oh, look at this. How is that sword hanging by his hip? According to the group's testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. It's usually held by a stash. I mean, he got the stash right there, but it just looks like it's glued to his pants. That's what it looks like. Shush. What? I'm bringing up the important arguments here. Good morning, Skiver. Happy Thursday. There were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. According to the coachman, Mr. Beepo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And Juror 5's also told us the following. The fares on the omnibus is always 4 pence. That is it. A fair and convenient single price. The way, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. for precisely one person's fare. One person's fare? Why is everybody slamming the desk? Yes. In other words, on the omnibus that night. It's distinctly possible that there was another passenger we've never heard about. Good gracious. The judge's hair. This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men. One and all, trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. That the news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he let a nefarious character ride his omnibus. Alright then. How do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end? Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side of the set of scales. Now hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Wait till I get my hands on you, Beepo. Nice. Nice. Ugh. This is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. Hey. Hey. Nice. For the love of Mike, not you as well. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. One juror 1 seems very interested in a guilty outcome. He does. So does juror 3. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. You did it. If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more, actually. There's something else that bothers me about a couple of their assertions. And then that's where you must strike next. So I need to pit 2 more juries against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertion. Exactly. Wait, hold on. Why is that text blue, making it seem like he's talking to himself, yet she's over here acknowledging his inner monologue? What? What's the point of changing it to blue then? Because I was given the idea that the blue text is him talking to himself. What is going on? She just like read his mind or something. Literally. Actually, 2 more. There is something else that's bothering me about the couple of assertions. Then that's where you must strike next. Like, what? Exactly, you can do it. What kind of telepathy power she got going on over here? Well, then again, that book is like the most amazing thing this game has ever seen. That book has literally every piece of information you'd need on Earth. So maybe it's the book. Well, the scale of justice has shifted, but they still weigh heavily on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. Okay, so I'm changing my leaning to innocent. I should like to hear what the slip-showed bookkeeper has to say for himself. Oh yeah, it's this one. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. Okay. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed in collated all statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. Grab Beepo, this trial has to continue so I can get to the bottom of this corruption. Not guilty, I say. The oh yeah, this one right here. The scoundrel stabbing the poor man on the floor. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense because we can clearly see it in the photo. He's not on the floor. He's on the seat. And the blood's on the seat, so it's Nana versus the dude. All right, Pitt against Pitt.
Objection!
These two statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel. Post haste. Oh, dearie me. I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask? I don't even know what this means. We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, Junior number 3. What? Can't you see that I'm busy here? How would you say that the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ha! You want to test me, do you? Like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. Just like a prim banker said. Just like the prim banker said. Yes, that's what Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, jury number 6. Juror number 6. Oh, is it me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dearie, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Don't move now. Now, don't move. Take a look at these two jurors. He struck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches. What a medal. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh, but why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know yet. But I know, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. Oh my god. I love this game. I know, it's so ridiculous. It's great. The scales. I don't believe it. It's balanced. Wait. Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you. You can't listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly now a dubious Eastern sorcerer using magic on all of us. Are you serious, dude? What's going on with juror number 1? This supports your claim even more, Lumi. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all of this? Answer me this, dark jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? Well, what of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus. And this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor and then the Shylock stabbed them again. But this old lady saw him do it. Well, what do you say? What's you to say it didn't happen? It didn't happen like that, Oh, that's easy. Because it says he got stabbed once in the abdomen, dude. Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you. Yes. They're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different? That's out of the question. They didn't see it. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you dark jinx? Come out. Out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What? What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize I'm only doing my job as a foreman of the jury. I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. You're steering them in the wrong direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me proof. Ellipsis. It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Something irrefutable. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by the autopsy report. I love like these games are so much fun because it really makes you like try to think ahead and try to think of, like it really makes you think about the case. And I love, I don't know, I just love detective stuff, man. Trying to figure out what happened before the game tells you and stuff is great. Like how I was able to be like, nah, dude, we have this. You're wrong.
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. Ugh, only once. It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happening two different times. All right. I concede defeat. Wait. That means 4 jurors are now leading to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we have a concise. Let it be known, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, 1 equals. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. I said shut your yap, your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last head off his head. Why are you licking the blade? Why are you licking the blade? Please. Stop that. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in quite a remarkable turns of events, the defense summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. He's savoring the moment. Don't kink shame him. Like, I don't want him to cut his tongue, okay? The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the juries for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue the pursuit. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. Wait, it went to black screen. Oh, okay, never mind. So, Lord Von Zykes, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. I didn't know they allow alcohol in court. I was gonna say, he hasn't drunk it once. Whoa, what the? Whoa! Whoa, dude. Jesus. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hollow chalice, it may seem crash to crush it to dust. Pray forgiven the discourtesy. Look, Lord Von Sykes. For it is cold in here. Is it just me? As your acquainted tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during the summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No. And why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Oh, he dropped the cape. Oh, he's getting serious. Bring forth the witnesses once more. The cape's gone, the chalice is broken. Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure. Oh, yes, sir. That I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Yes, sir, I heard it. You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it is Beepo. Yes, sir, my lord, sir. If it transpires that in your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh, me do. Oh. Now then, witnesses, I hereby call you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. Various misgivings. Aka, there are giant balls of fire being flung everywhere. Least if our problems. That's true. How are the fireballs? Like, how did they have this technology to control fireballs back in, like, 1890? I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it. But, well, I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us for the fare, he did. And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw Miguel stab that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh, yes. Yes, he stabbed him. He did. I think so, yes. I think and he did it are 2 different things, dude. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom 5th passenger conjured into existence by my learned English friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozinage. Cozenage? I have no idea what this word means. Never seen it in my life. Cozenage. Oh, I misspelled it. Practice of deception, trickery. Okay. Beepo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers a penny a fare? It's so cold. The last run of the day is always half empty. You've been dishonest, Coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Beepo. A disgrace. And your selfish actions have brought dishonor onto the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on a bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the results come out differently. No. That figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel of the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue your Parloog games. Parloog games. Absolutely. Parloog game. Various misgivings. Wait, didn't we get another piece of evidence? His journal. Category, yeah. Never actually opened this. Can we open it? This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's, gentry. Oh, yes. Do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any London gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Ellipsis. Actually, I wonder. I assure you we will not find Mr. Shalom's name inside. Well, let's see what we find. What more so we should find is his initial. We want to find his initial. Because they're saying his initial is on the blade. And he would most likely write his own name. Okay, so it's all the same. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Oh, goodness. What is it? Look at this. Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? That's the name of one of the dudes on the stand. It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment. Oh, yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas. Did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. The details of the debtor's ledger has been updated. Amongst the defendant's list of debtors is Bruce Fairplay, who have been due to repay his loan intermittently. Dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. Okay, so I guess that's it. Okay. Can I go back? Are you allowed to go? You are allowed to go back. Okay. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear. Well, I for one was told I had to pay 4 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare, he did. And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGiddle stab that man. Everything I said before stands. So now that we know that he's in debt, now we gotta understand if he's like being so hard on the guy simply because he doesn't want to pay his debt back. Sadly, that's gonna always be a motive now that we have to think of. Oh, yes, he stabbed him. He did. I think so, yes.
Hold it!
So you saw the defendant, Mr. Miguel, stab the victim, Mr. Marson, who was sitting next to him? That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before. This was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyways. There was only 2 of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk about a 5th passenger, but as of yet, 0 evidence. Then what are we wasting our time? Then what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty. Ellipsis. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was. Yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. No, not long ago, this trial nearly came to an end. Somehow, we managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring out new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful, as they did before. Maybe. But we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new information. Explanation point. Yes, you're right. You're so right. I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even the flicker of a reaction among these witnesses. Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them as to the reason. Okay. I only carry the passengers of 4. Well, let's see. So he keeps his head down. He looks the other way. And then he has 2 reactions. This guy has 2. Hmm. Press.
Hold it!
Saw the defendant. Yeah, the green guy, this is his normal one, though. It's like he just cycles between this and the other one. He's so cold, he is. Because apparently he takes people out on the night trip and it's so cold, so. The characteristic. He's not, wait, why are they saying he's.
Excuse me.
Mr. Faust. How can I help you, sir? That last statement, did it trouble you in some way? Oh, not particularly, sir, no. If anything, he's troubling me with that hat of his. Has he greased his hair? Oh, dear sir. I hope my hat has not my hat's not troubling you, sir. I'm just still an apprentice, you see. Mr. Naruhodo, even the witnesses you can see what's going on through your mind. You really must be more careful. I wish it were that simple. Okay. Yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so.
Hold it!
Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Yes, that's right. They're acting the exact same. You said the victim was on the floor, and you described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. Oh God, look, he's about to die, man. He's freezing. I suppose I might have, yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horse when I heard the scream from the seats of the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. Then when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor, and the knife was. No, that's his other expression too. That's his other one. The knife was sticking up out his midriff. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That, I can't, since this is a thing, I can't do that. He wasn't on the floor though. That's right, sir. The fellow holding the knife was the famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment the victim was actually stabbed at all. Ellipsis. I really thought I did, but when I go over it in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing. What is he doing? What is this?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. How could he have just... Wait a minute. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Not a chance. Some days are like that. Not a chance. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through the skylights on top of omnibuses, that is. Peeping? I am a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene. I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar, sir. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. No, I can do that all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Do you think I would forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed the man? Got him. We got him. Blood-soaked hands? If his hands were soaked in blood, why is there blood on these gloves, buddy?
Objection!
He had gloves on. Blood-soaked hands? Well, I admit it, that soaked might be laying it on a little thick. But any day, there was definitely blood all over him. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. Look at this stance. Look at this Chad stance. He's leaning back with the hand on his palm on the sword. Look at this devil. This dude's like, I'm about to end this man's life, and he doesn't even know it yet. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. Miguel, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain here. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. What is this animation? He's like eating his cane. Oh my god. Have a great day off the work. Hey, all right, Rain. Hey, you have a good rest of your day too. Thanks for dropping by the stream today. I'll most likely see you tomorrow. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. But no, that can't be right. So you're the liar there then. Here then. Gah! That's right. You were quite clear about it. You said, it was both hands. Grrr. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. Future murder suspect in the stand? I know, right? I saw you. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth? Yeah. Well, I.
Objection!
Objection. It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands. It was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw the blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? I'm a city banker, for Pete's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. An upstanding member of society. Upstanding members of society don't, was it prevaricate? Prevaricate? Yeah, prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodos, if we have some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide of this trial completely. Something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. I have evidence. My lord. Yes, counsel? The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove. Are you sure? Yes. Evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay has a reason to lie in his testimony. Gah! Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness' alleged deception of the court.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. Miguel. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accursed extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worth. It's barely worthy of being called a debt. Sure. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. Guild were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between the two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor and the defendant here to be sentenced to capital punishment, all outstanding debts which he owed him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claim in your testimony to have been something you've never in fact saw? In a dubious attempt to annul your debts of 20 guineas to the defendant. Gah! Gah! He's a liar. Order! Order! Order, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust the knife into the victim 20 guineas is like 0.02 cents. Well, I imagine it's a lot. I imagine it's a pretty decent amount of money in like 1890. That's when these games are taking place. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Yes, silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. All right. Now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth. A pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Mr. Miguel's hands, both of them.
Objection!
We already proved that's incorrect. And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. Ugh. So you keep saying. Wait, why is Mr. Fout? I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir? Go ahead, Mr. First. Or Fout. Is it First? I guess it's just First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of the hands, not just one. What? What? Sorry, I hit my microphone. It would appear that we're going to need further testimonies from all the witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yars. Mr. Naruhudo. This is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yeah, yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. What the witnesses really saw. It's about $500. I imagine $500 in 1980 is a shit ton of, 1890 is a shit ton of money. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctively remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. Of course that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains. There can't have been anyone else in the carriage, or we all would have seen. That is not true. That is not true at all. Well, lo and behold. In truth of the fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment of the crime. To the crucial moment of the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, yeah, there was no one else in the carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. Grr. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. No, it's not, dude. That's really not what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating with the witness accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. That doesn't... Okay. What the witnesses really saw. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctively remember that. However, I suppose I suppose you may say I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired. That matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside the carriage, or we all would have seen it. That's not true. That is not true. Because in the carriage itself, well, let's open the door and go inside. If they were standing on top looking through the door, they wouldn't have saw someone in here. This seat has a handle on it, it seems. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed for the omnibus to running. Feeding tubes. We already read this. There doesn't seem to be any space for a passenger to have stored their luggage. That's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. God, it doesn't, it doesn't say. Fact remains that there can't have been anyone else inside the carriage, or we all would have seen it. Question. Press. And everything you saw in the incident was through the skylight of the roof. On the roof of the omnibus? That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember that. I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you two were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about the young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked. That's right. And it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had the exact same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you that I wasn't just looking down. I was glaring long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Ellipsis. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin? They would have seen everything. They might not have been able to. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor on the upper deck. Is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, he can only see the seats. There is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibilities can't be denied. That at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the encased cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Objection! Enough hypotheticals meandering. Dun, dun. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here in the flesh. Nice. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area on this cross-section plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated?
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of the travel, where the seats in the encase cable face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which the passengers of the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Ah, that's right, my lord. You can see the seat opposite. The one which the victim and his attacker were sitting is. And it's wait. His attacker were sitting is obscured from vision. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Gah!
Objection!
Objection! It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. I love how he just doubts it so bad. It's great. He's like, dude, this is bullshit. You Nipponese have forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? Ellipsis. I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? I have an inking. I have no idea. I actually have no idea personally. Because I don't feel like we've gotten enough evidence to be able to know, right? If I pick, I have an inking. I don't know how to prove it. I don't think I can actually prove it. Let's see, we got Magnus Miguel. Wait, why is he a name that we can pick here? Yeah, why is he a name that we can like read and pick? He's 52 years old, 32 years old, 48 years old, 16 years old, 54, 62. Oh, he's the oldest one. 34, 21. I have an inking. I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forth a name. You are a fool. Wait, where did he get another cup from? Where does he just have like a bunch of these hidden under his stand that he just takes out periodically to smash when he gets angry? Is that what's going on here? Where did he get another one from? He just has like an infinite collection of these. I guess he called it a chalice. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from the vision was Chat, I gotta save scum. Look away, chat. Look away, you don't want to see this. You're not seeing this. Close your eyes. It's not happening. Na, 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 na.
Take that!
Yes. Concealed in the blinds of the cabin night was none other than this unexpected passenger. Whatever so-called logic you use to arrive at that conclusion, it matters not. Because your answer has made one thing abundantly clear. The real blind spot is inside your head, and it would appear to be unusually large. Ouch. Why he gotta burn us like this? What did we do to deserve this? You could just have said that's not right. Mr. Naru. Mr. Naruhodo. Our task here is to defend Mr. Miguel, and we're working on that assumption that he is innocent of his crime. Yes, of course. Why? That must mean then that there was someone else inside the omnibus with Mr. Miguel, the true culprit. That's right. Exactly what I've been... Oh, of course. So the two people sitting inside the cabin... The two people sitting inside the cabin that the witnesses saw through the skylight that night... They were the victim and the real culprit. It does seem as though we've been making a false assumption. The witnesses weren't looking at Mr. Miguel. The witnesses weren't looking at Mr. Miguel at all. Meaning he has to have been sitting somewhere else. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. Slap that face. Dun 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 dun. All right, so it was.
Take that!
Okay, I was one off. I was one off. I almost got it right the first time. The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus Miguel. Miguel? Are you talking about... What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant. Where is he, by the way?
Objection!
Damn, he just threw it. Damn. He just threw it and broke another one. Jesus. I hope he has another one. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollow chalice, do forgive this discourtesy. Lord Von Zykes. People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the term ill-advisory. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. Damn! Why did he have to say it like that? When the bloody scene unfolds, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise in which this case is built.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. Miguel, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's glove, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth. Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Objection!
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, Their memory of the events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. Dun-dun. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. The victim's blood was on that. The victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. Order! 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 What exactly are you, postulating?
Objection!
Objection! The defense's postulation is just that. Nothing more than conjecture. The witness have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
Objection! Objection! But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their hats were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular style of the hat did the two gents sport, Mr. First? Ellipsis. I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter. The style of the hat makes no difference. There was no third party in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. Gellert, would undoubtedly have offered to dispose the fact. No, he wouldn't, because he was asleep. Unless, that is, you are proposing that even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. Yeah, how would that even work? He's right. If there were another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. Gellert would have been unaware of it. Order! There is a clear and simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. Gellert, to the stand. Well, what do you say, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a subject, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there were what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus Magellan is no uneducated ruffian. Explanation point. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been the most deliberate act. Counsel of the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. Gellert to testify or not? Demand his testimony. Yes. We need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. Geller to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, sir. I need a little time to consider that. This dude's over here sweating bullets. He's like, I don't even know what to do anymore. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. Gellid has to say. Let's go get the man out here, I say. It would be utterly illogical to not hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patrons of my favorite little park has to say. Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well. The court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Ellipsis. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. How did he not, if there was another person, how did he not see him? Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGill, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure I have, my lord. There are now two matters in which the court desires to hear from you. The first. What is this music, by the way? What is this? This ditziness. Da, 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 da. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin, as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal the fact from the police? Ellipsis. Oh, begod, no. This is not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all or keep my mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGill? Ellipsis. The fine fella representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other, there was another passenger. It's true? Aye. Was me who helped the little... And it was me who helped the little archer get away after it all happened. You what? Why would he do that? No. Magnus McGill. The convenient excuse can't save you now. That convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry. So I am, Lord Von Zykes. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a good reason, I assure you. Which was? Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, then they would have assumed she'd done it. They have hauled her in what? They would have hauled her into here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her of that. The young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. Who was this young child of whom you speak? That I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the orchard isn't here in the court. If the orchard isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? Bang! Whoa! What was that? Whoa! What's going on? Whoa! It's a smoke bomb. Be careful, Mr. Naruto Hodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. Whoa, what is going on here? We were hurried removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. And amidst the scene of chaos, as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber, we had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. To be continued. What? So you're telling me that was like part 1? What? Get out. Trial part 2. No, that's trial part 3. Oh. Really? Wait. When was part 1? Yeah, when was part 1? I don't even remember going to part 1. What? Okay, well, I guess it happened. Oh boy. Dude, this court case is ridiculous. My God. There is. Part 2 was the witnesses? Usually it takes you to the save screen when it goes through parts. It usually doesn't like go through the whole thing. I don't ever remember I don't ever remember going to like a part 2. I thought that was part 1 the entire time. Yeah, I thought we were like in part 1 the entire time. I don't ever remember going to part 2. Maybe I'm just forgetting though. All right, well, The Adventures of the Runaway Room. Who threw the smoke bomb though? And who had it? Well, no, it was a fire, but I wonder if the goal was to like attack someone or something during it. Dude, this court case is wild. The 18th February, 12:52 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. What on earth just happened in there? Well, Aka, it's old, so It doesn't surprise me that he doesn't remember. Well, har har. Mr. Naruhodo, I managed to figure out what happened. Miss Susato. I was told it was an advanced form of a smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? That sounds like some sort of thing ninjas use. They're just making sure everything's safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl around 15, I hear. A young girl? Then could it be the other passenger that McGuided was talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGuided, actually? There are so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? But what was she doing here at the trial? Yeah, like what? Why is she here? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? Exactly. There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Hmm? According to the coachman, Mr. Peepo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes out to 20 pence exactly. But now it seems like there were 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right. That is strange. The counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. I'll go straight in. Or straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. Well, we'll know soon enough, Miss Susato. Yes. Yes. All right. Is this the girl? I guess this is the girl. She's not quite what I thought she was going to look like, I will say. I thought she would look different. There's the young girl next to Miguel. Miguel looked. Right next to She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after a rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus Miguel. Now then, Lord Von Zeiss. My lord. I believe you have established the cause of the smoke, which veiled proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of a smoke grenade, of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious. The army? What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by the young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery. But she was caught. And now occupies the stand. Da, da, da. Your name, girl? Ellipsis. Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such a pandemonium here in my court? Ellipsis. What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? If I may, my lord. Yes, Miss Miguel. I think perhaps I ought to explain here why it is that this wee lass was here in the first place and why she tried the bolt like that. 'Tis all tied up with the events of that night. So it is. Very well, Mr. Miguel. Give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Ellipsis. Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. He's like so out of the loop. He has no idea what's going on at all. He's just blind in here. The young girl. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. And begorin, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, who I sat him up on the seat across me. Then I turned to find out there was Then I turned to find out where that scream came from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. Okay. Ellipsis. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess. But from what I gathered on that night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus. Is that correct? This exactly as the defense counsel said. This last was the 5th passenger, my lord. Okay. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Look at it. Look at his eyes. He's like so unsure. He's like, I don't even know. I have no idea. So, or rather not. I have no idea where to start. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. The young girl. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. But begored, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up. A fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet. So I sat him up on the seat across from me, and then turned to find out where the scream had came from. And bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding herself weed away. But where? Where would she be hiding? Those places are not really that big.
Hold it!
You said she was hiding herself. Aye, that's right. It's hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, me heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. You're really overacting this. Still and all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin wag with her. The seat opposite? That's right. Just next to the dead gentleman there. You sat this young girl next to the corpse, sir? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out who this your chin was, you see. This orchard was. And while I was in the middle of talking to her, I heard another scream. A fella's voice this time. Presumably, that scream was Mr. Faust, who was sitting in the roof deck seats. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. That doesn't really add up, though. Unless she's wearing different clothes now than she wore on the night of, which is totally possible. Well, the person in the picture is wearing like black and stuff. In other words, the previous witness did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. Gellert. What they believed to be you and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Marson. Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat I have no diminutive in stature. And readily confused and perhaps with this young girl. After all, of course, with the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Yeah, how did she get away, though? I do wonder how you must be feeling, Mr. Naruhodo. Being the defendant's lawyer and yet finding yourself as stunned as everyone else at his testimony. Let's just say it's trying. We certainly had a precious little time to talk to Mr. Gellert before the trial. But we mustn't be dispirited. We must just try to learn all the facts we can. When we arrived in London this morning, I didn't see my day planning out like this. Mr. Naruto, no grumping, even in your head. How did you know? How did you know? So, how did no one else notice the girl? I'm pretty sure she was hiding in the seat under the thing. I don't think she would. That's the only place she could hide. There's not much space in those places. So she must have been hiding in the place where they store their tools to work on the bus. So that's why probably no one saw her. At first. But why did she scream is what I want to know. Because she screamed. She screamed before the guy was. even like found stabbed. I don't know. On the night in question, I took the back seat in an omnibus and promptly nodded off. I believe that. Then Bigorai, a loud thud and wee scream woke me up a fair bit. A loud, yeah, this.
Hold it!
What was the thud and scream for? A loud thud, you say? And a scream. Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? Thus was the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor? To the floor having been stabbed. Well, now you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. So when the sound woke me up, I opened my eyes, and there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but this fella on the floor. Okay, that explains a little bit more. So she wasn't... If he was sitting where I think he was sitting, there's no way she would have been able to get out. I don't think. Because he would have been sitting on top of her. You didn't see anyone? But at the same moment, you did hear a scream. Ah, from the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume. No. Not above me, my lord. 'Twas inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. I see that. And then I turned to find out there was a scream.
Hold it!
This one. I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir. So I did, as far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well, now, just a queer thing. The wee scream I heard was, I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Good gracious. Under your backside? And when I lift the seat up, to which I've been sitting, I found there was a wee cubby hole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yeah, yes, of course. But the whole bus was submitted as evidence. Yeah, we already checked this. This would be very good time to have a thorough look around inside. And that's when I found her. Yeah, okay, so she was hiding in the thing. And there the kid was, all curled up in a ball, hiding away. Hold on, though. Something's not right. There's a fella on the floor at my feet, and I saw...
Hold it!
You sat him up. The victim, you mean? That I did, on the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? 'Tis common courtesy to do it. I find that a little hard to believe. Lord Von Zykes. Now, why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage, and any normal person would hail the captain. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well, now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at extortionate rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them. And some would even see me dead. So, I do try, where at possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting that you were going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no. I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only, I had the mind to find out the ways and whereabouts first. The whys and whereabouts. Right you are. There are some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got the meddling. That scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do the same? Yes, that scream, he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing. Then I turned to find... Okay, I've pressured him on all of these. Right?
Hold it!
I think the only one I didn't question is the very first one. And when you first got onto the omnibus, were there any passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger, as it were, I see. Aye. And that's why I took the backside as I did. It's the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means. Just how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite to the ones in which the poor gentleman was sitting. Like I said, it's the most comfortable and where I feel the most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. Ellipsis. Thank you. I've heard enough. The events as you explain are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Ellipsis. Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. Lestrade? She's a chancer. Earns her crust through among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here? A petty thief. Order! Order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Whoa! 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 What did she just shoot him with? How dare you? What is the meaning of this? Hey, Shadow Healer. Happy Thursday. Yo, she's gone. What the? The girl, she's gone. Open your eyes. I'm over here. Good gracious, how? What was that? What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you all thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into the corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on. That's what you eat, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth. Dude, what's up with the smoke? Ellipsis. Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, all right? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess. You don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs. Oh, this? Yeah, it was in the bag I lifted the other day, down where they keep the four-wheel drags. It's nice, ain't it? I like the pink the best. Ugh. Don't wave that thing in my direction again. Oh, he's pouring the wine again. Once again. It's the third cup. You admit that you were riding in the omnibus on the night in question? Ellipsis. It's all right, lass. You can tell them the truth now. All right, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said. The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lareshta, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimonies, if you please. Oh, boy. She looks a lot like the lady that pushed the dude in the previous case. She does, yeah. She kind of does. Doesn't she, in the face? Vonzi is a cutie. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. All right. If I have to. What the girl saw. So I snuck into the carriage before they oinked up the horses, just like always. But it was right. It was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitched in there. Then after a while, I heard this loud bang, nearly jumped out me skin, I did, and a scream just came out. It's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. Okay. Yes. He let you go. I fail to understand why you would let this secret urchin go, Mr. McGill. Oh, his simplicity itself, my honor. You see, she can impossibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure, as I said before, sir. Because he was sitting on her. I was sitting right on top. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I sat that night. And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath this seat, I presume. Yes. It does appear that's just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there because I parked myself on the seat for the duration. Ah. So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't have lived with myself if the young's life was ruined when all that time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your actions would have resulted in your own innocence being called into question. Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this for this less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord. This fine example of a man can't possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. He's winning the hearts of everybody one sentence at a time. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. Nice.